Welcome to Daytona for the 1966 24 Hours of Daytona. This is the 8th race in my 1966 season where I'm taking on the persona of Richie Axelson, our intrepid racing driver, and racing through a bunch of different events throughout the season. We just came off the first 4 rounds of the Tasman Grand Prix Series in New Zealand, and there's a short break before the Australia Series starts up, and so perfect timing to fly on over to Florida and race in the 24 hours. Dan Gurney was impressed with my performance out at Riverside earlier in the season with the stock cars and was able to secure me a Ford drive for Holman Moody, who is mostly a stock car racing team, driving alongside Richie Ginther in the number 5 Ford GT Mark II. So be very competitive and should be an interesting race. The Daytona 24 Hours, I think, goes without saying, it's one of the biggest endurance races in the world, but this was the first year that it was a 24-hour race. I think 5 seasons prior to this, the race had been run, but it was a shorter race, and Bill France decided in 1966 that this would become a 24-hour race, and it attracted quite a lot of attention, and it only grew from there. And of course, this race was highlighted in the film Ford vs. Ferrari as one of the early wins and successes for Ken Miles and the Ford GT team. Ken Miles, Lloyd Ruby paired up to win this one, and it was an absolute classic. In the real race, Chaparral got out front early with Phil Hill driving, but had some mechanical issues pretty early on in the race, and from then on it was Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby leading the way in the Ford GT, ended up winning really handily over the Ferraris, which were also present. But Ferrari in 1966 was still developing everything, and the best car for the prototype category they brought to this race was the 365 P2, which was, a little bit behind the Ford GT. So the Ford GT Mark II really had the advantage around the circuit, and I think we'll see some of that play out here in the race today. So for simulating this race, we are racing in the classic sim GTR2, which came out in the early 2000s. It's a great sim for racing this type of race, endurance racing with GT cars. It has features built in which allow you to do driver swaps and long races. You can race full 24-hour races with this. So I'll be able to do driver swaps and pit and change drivers with Richie Ginther and everything, so we can both take part in the race. And keeping with what I've been doing for this whole series, we're going to be racing 30% distance of the full 24 hours. So it's going to be an 8-hour race in total. My driving part, I believe, will be around 4 hours or so, broken apart in some stints, and it will be full day to night cycle if everything works out like I've planned it to. So I've raced some testing in this, and it should be a lot of fun. As for the mod and the cars we'll be driving, this is clearly not stock GTR2. There is no 1966 World Sports Car Championship mod floating around out there. I've had to compile the car group that we're going to be racing from various sources, namely the Power and Glory mod, which is a really, really good mod I want to cover separately sometime. But I've had to snatch cars up, do some tuning. It's been a lot of work to get the grid to this point, and it's not entirely realistic. So I want to pull up the starting grid, and we'll take a look at the way the whole grid will be starting and everything. So on the pole, Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby were able to back up some of their real-life performance and start out front in the Ford GT MK2. Alongside of him, Dan Gurney and Jerry Grant will be racing. Those are both the Shelby American team, I guess the works team if you want to call it that, for the Ford GT. And then we've got 3 Ferrari 365s in a row, the Ferrari challengers for this race. And they'll be pretty quick, I bet. But Pedro Rodriguez, Mario Andretti teaming up for the North American Racing Team entry there. John Fulp, Bruce Jennings, Lucien Bianchi, and Jean Berlays. Behind them, the Chaparral with Phil Hill, Joe Bonnier, and then 3 more Ford GT MK2s led by the number 5 car for Holman and Moody with Richie Ginther and Richie Axelson, the Richie Show there. So I'll be starting back in P7, but I think I've got enough speed to hang up with the front. But endurance racing is so different from normal like Grand Prix racing or short sprint racing. It's all about luck, a lot of it, and just staying clean. So I'm hoping to just get a good start, set a pace, and then work towards the front. So we have a decent amount of the prototype, that's the P2.0 Plus class. We also have a sport class with some GT cars. You'll see another GT40 in there. That's the older version of the GT40. Further down, we've got some more GT cars, and overall, I've got 5 different class of cars in this race. The real race had something like 10 different classes. The ones I have here, the cars themselves are about as close as I could find. Did a lot of driver swapping and stuff to try to get realistic drivers on the grid, but the cars themselves are a little bit of a mismatch and won't be 100% realistic, but I hope that folks can enjoy it. I've had a lot of fun racing the cars, even in the state they're in, and if we ever do get an actual 1966 mod with all the paint schemes and everything, it will be great. So as you look down the grid, there are a lot of Formula One drivers and a lot of famous car owners and everything in there, so it should be a good race. Hopefully a good number of cars finish. I've done some simulating of this, and there definitely will be finishers, but attrition is absolutely a big factor of endurance racing, so I would expect a fair number of cars to fall out. Hopefully not my own. So that's about it for the explanation. This should be a good race. Overall, 8 hours is going to be a pretty testing race, even if I'm only driving about half of it. I think we'll do triple stints. We should be pitting every 10 or 11 laps. I've got some accelerated fuel and tire wear on as well, just to mimic how many stops you might do. So I think we'll do a few stops before we change over to Richie Ginther whenever it feels like a good time, and then let him take over. So let's get started with this, the 1966 Daytona 24. So here we come across the line to get the green flag, and we're away at Daytona. We'll have to come to the first corner, which is quite a bit different than it is in the modern day. Sweeps off of the circuit and just tiptoe through. We got cold tires here in the GT40. Oh, yellow flags are waving. Chaparral with Phil Hill there, probably driving, sweeping around my inside. Now working through the infield section here at Daytona. Come down to first gear, see if I can maybe sneak it up the inside, but not going to be able to do it there with Phil. Oh, and the car's sliding, not a lot of grip. Full fuel tank, of course, and very hard, cold tires. But now I get that throttle down. The GT40 has amazing straight line speed, so that'll be the big thing to look forward to around the oval, and I think why this car is so good around this circuit. Come down to first gear. Such a tricky corner here. Oh, I'm gonna miss the apex a little bit on the inside. And back up. Again, re-entry on the circuit, quite a bit different than the modern day. Actually, a lot more difficult, but we'll sweep it around, get it up onto the oval, the high banks here at Daytona, and finally get a chance to relax. It's one of the nice things about Daytona. It won't be so once we start lapping cars, but ooh, we got a good run on the Chaparral there. So able to get around him, but you do get a little bit of a chance to relax on the oval. Once we start lapping traffic though, you'll see the speed differential is absolutely insane around here with some of the slower GT cars. But if I look ahead, looks like 2 of the 4 GTs are leading. I got one behind me, I think Bruce McLaren. Coming into turns 3 and 4, pretty easy to slide out wide. You gotta make sure you get the entry correct. A little bit of a lift there with the full tanks, and we'll come to the line and really want to start braking just before the start finish line. Down to third gear, side by side with the 31 Ferrari there. Oh, gonna slide a little bit. I think that's the John Fulp car. Coming down to first gear, so getting through the first lap is a milestone at an endurance race. No real incident there. Ran wide in a couple corners, but all in all, got the car around the circuit. We can already see some of the field way behind. It won't be long till we're starting to lap cars and everything gets a bit confusing. Oh, sliding through the corner in front, car getting very loose up there. Come down to first gear. Really not going to push super hard for a lot of it, but want to try to keep within sight of the front 4 GTs. See if I can stick with them. Ken Miles, Dan Gurney up there certainly know the way, so they'll be the ones that I try to set my pace to. So we're likely behind Pedro Rodriguez now in the other 365. That's the Mario Andretti car as well. So they're up front. The yellow Ferrari with Lucien Bianchi is in front of them. And then you can already see, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on the video at all, but the leading Ford GT is way out front. That's no doubt Ken Miles there in the blue #1 car. All's quiet up here before we start hitting the GT cars. The oval gets really scary when you're trying to lap cars. All right, there we go. Very tempting to try to throw it up the inside, but just want to keep things clean here in the initial laps. So easily on the throttle. The thing I notice about the older GT cars like this is the speed around the interior of the circuit, the infield track, is not that much greater between some of the different classes, and in some cases slower. I've found a couple of the GT cars, just based off their weight and shorter wheelbase, actually get around these couple of corners better than we will with the Ford GT, but on the oval there's no contest, so that's how we'll get all the speed. There'll be many laps though, I'll just kind of have to sit behind cars, bide my time. The Cobras come to mind as one of those that are just very quick through the twisty stuff. But back on the oval, I can see Bruce McLaren right on me. I want to let these tires get up to temp, burn up a little fuel, and then see if I can maybe make a couple moves on the Ferraris in front. Shift up to 4th gear, only a 4-speed, which is pretty interesting for a track with this varied. You would actually really like the gears to be closer together for the infield section, but because you need this high speed, you can use 1, 2, and 3 for the infield, and then 4th gear around the oval. Down the gears again. I can already see cars on the oval ahead of us there, so it won't be long now. Oh, we're gonna slide a little wide there onto the dirt slightly. Tires have no grip. Oh, and side by side with Bruce McLaren, he's gonna get around me here. I just have to let him have that one. I won't know exactly who's driving, you never really would. That's either Chris Amon or Bruce McLaren in front of me there. Oh, he's able to pull out quite quickly, which does not bode well. Sliding the car a bit there. Down to 1st gear. This corner's so hard to spot a good entry on. Back on the oval. Just gonna be slightly out of slipstream range, I think. Fourth gear, halfway down the back straightaway. I love how there's Armco on the back straightaway. It's a fairly good version of Daytona for GTR2, especially for the historic ones. It took me quite a while to find this version, but from photographs, it's not too far off the real thing. All right, come down to the 1st corner. Pulled right back in on the Ferrari, but oh, a lot of oversteer coming into the corner. Didn't rev match as well as I should have. Down to the International Horseshoe here. Bruce is just slicing up through the Ferraris. He's able to get around a couple of them in front. Down to first gear here. You can see the GT cars on the oval, which is so cool, especially at night once we turn the lights on. Of course, headlights on the cars, very minimal lighting on the actual circuit. It gets so dark around here. But all that's to come. I saw a yellow flag there for a second. Likely, yeah, cars in the pit lane already. Maybe some early mechanicals. Definitely would happen. Cars just not right from the get-go. Heartbreaking for anybody driving. All you really want is to get away cleanly. Getting on the throttle, the car wants to spin out from under me, but you can harness that to help turn the car too. The car there, and I can see we're catching a couple slower cars. Get a yellow flag here. That'll be fairly common coming back onto the oval. But here we go, starting to pass some of the slow GT cars. This would no doubt be one of the triumphs. The very back of the pack. Have to decide which way to go around. I think typically you'd want to go around the outside, but whichever way gets me around cleanly is the way to go. Whoa, a puff of smoke there. A car on fire. Oh, that looks like a Triumph blew up or something, but I was able to take advantage and pass a couple cars. I've never seen something like that. But past a whole group of cars, everybody slowed down. That might have been the Shelby GT350. Whoa, and a car sideways on the circuit there. So crazy stuff happening just a couple laps into the race. Trying to calm down and just brake for the first corner around one of the GT Ferraris there, I believe. So that looked like Dan Gurney's car sideways on the circuit. I guess I'm up to P3 overall. Luckily able to get through all that mess. We'll have to see the state of the back straightaway this time by. Definitely will honor yellow flags. Touch the dirt there. Car gets a little upset. It's easy to run wide to the right on the entry there. That kink right before this corner is so tempting to take fast, but come down to first gear. Whoa, running onto the runoff there. Just try to diamond the corner back onto the oval. Bianchi's behind me now in the Ferrari 365. Just out of sight with the mirror. I should be able to pull a little bit ahead. No sign of anything on the back straightaway here. I saw a puff of smoke last time by, and then that roaring fire in the 350. Through turns 3 and 4, yellow flag being shown for a second there. Oh, and a car upside down on the infield. A couple of cars in the pit lane. We got a car down low here. Oh, that might be McLaren. Oh, so one of the 4 GTs at least out. Not sure what happened to Gurney, obviously. Can't see him there. But absolute mayhem. I've got clear track. I can see the yellow Ferrari just in my mirror. Still in 3rd position. Has about 7 seconds off of the car in front. Oh, and the Ferrari's pulling in a little bit on me. I think that car is a bit quicker through this section. The 4 GT just feels very heavy. But it's all that power that helps it on the straightaways. So come up here to another Mustang. Hopefully this one won't blow up in front of me. Two of Ford's best cars side by side here. But I had to check out some real video when I started doing some racing here to make sure the speeds really were that different. I'll come up on the E-Type here, Jaguar. Pass him on the low side as well. And that car's still upside down there in the infield, so something wrong. Here's McLaren car still there. I think I'll stay for a few laps as they clean that up. So Bruce was on a tear early on, but clearly something broke. We'll have to find out in the final results. Oh, sliding into the grass in T1, so easy to do. Just trying to keep it on the circuit, or back to the circuit, nice and steady, not to spin out again. There goes the 365 of Bianchi and the Jaguar E-Type. We'll get past the Jaguar again easily, but mistake in the early going is not what I want. We're about halfway on fuel for the first stint. Oh, side by side through the kink. A little daring there. Oh, try not to lock up. Had the brakes locked, slid, but able to stay on the black stuff. Oh, so pretty miserable time through the infield road course there, but got it back on the circuit. I could see one of the other GTs behind me. Might be the other Holman Moody car. They're both gold like this. Walt Hanskin or Mark Donahue driving the other one. Coming to turn 3. It's one of the slow triumphs there. Be almost more terrifying driving the Triumph than driving one of the faster cars, just having to wait and hope everybody gets by you. Alright, that car was no longer upside down on the inside there, so they've cleaned that up. See if I can spot the braking for turn 1 this time a bit better. Can't be making mistakes like that. It's a long, long race. Much more successful that time through. Out of first gear. So about held station with the Ferrari that time. We're very, very similar speeds. first gear, locking up again there. Slotted it behind one of the Corvettes. Such a cool car, the Stingray. I believe that's actually also a Holman Moody car. Funny that they entered 4 GTs and a Chevrolet in this race. The brand loyalty and association wasn't quite the way it is today. We'll work around the high side of our teammate there, though. Alright, so after those first couple of crazy laps, everything's smoothing out a little bit. We'll come to the low side here. A few slower cars. We're starting to catch some of the S2 class. Well, that car still is upside down there, so never mind. Oh, and I see a car with a bunch of smoke in the pit lane. Can't get distracted though, but there's just so much going on in the early laps. Oh, and the Ferrari and Ford GT in front. Or Ford Mustang. So I made it round a few Porsches there. So the Porsche 904s. Part of the S2 category, so much slower than our prototypes. We'll come up to the kink. Thought he was going to let me around the outside there. I'll just wait my turn, lose a little bit of time, but much safer. My pit light comes on, but I can do a couple more laps at least. Don't want to short pit too much. Would like to stay on a similar strategy to the cars in front. We are on lap 11 though, which is about what I said I thought a stint would be. A fuel stint. Oh, and I can see in front, that might be Miles, but I'd be surprised if he was a little further back. So working around some of the slower traffic. Do another lap at least. Nobody in front is pitting just yet. Whoa, getting mixed up on the gears a little bit there. See if I can slow it down. There we go. Scary moment. And it does look like Ken Miles in front of me, so somehow he's lost the lead. Maybe because of traffic. I'm not sure who would be in the lead. I thought that was Dan Gurney's car, stopped sideways on the racetrack there on the second lap, but there are a couple other red Ford GTs in the race as well. In front, just looking to go around traffic at the same time I am. Common problem to have, honestly. That's how a lot of accidents happen on the big oval here at Daytona, is one car is moving, doesn't quite check that he's got the lane behind him clear. So you always need to give everybody a little extra space. So we'll come by the pit lane again. So able to go a lot longer than I was thinking, but that's fine. Oh, and the chaparral's coming out of the pits. It's a pretty early pit stop. Wonder if they're having mechanical issues like they did in real life. Jim Hall was always pushing the limit with his chaparral. Down to first gear, sliding the tires a bit there in the entry. Of course, it would be the next year that Chaparral would have the wing car. This is the final year with a more conventional looking car, although I know they tried some pretty wild stuff with this one as well. Oh, and we'll pull in very well there under acceleration. Doesn't quite have the grunt, I guess, to keep up with the Ford GT40. So we're about done the first 30 minutes. The clock started a little after the 8-hour mark, but first 30 almost underway here, and a pretty eventful first 30. I can hope the next 30 are not quite as crazy. Oh, and it looks like Ferrari in front is going to pit. I'm going to go around one more lap. I think I can do it. Oh, and there's a stopped car here on the low side as well. It's like one of the Ferraris, maybe. A white car. We'll come around down to first gear. I'm in first position, so clearly everybody is pitted. Able to go a lap longer, I guess. This Porsche to compromise the line a little bit. Down to first gear here. Left a little space, didn't have to, but you can't see a lot out of this car. It's a very, very cramped car. Doesn't quite come through in the game. Dan Gurney had a lot of trouble fitting into his, just being so tall. All right, we'll come to the low side of this Porsche. All right, so we're gonna come to the pit lane this time. I do have a pit lane speed limit, just because GTR2 doesn't really handle the AI well in the pit lane if you've got it unlimited. And from videos and things, it doesn't seem like people were really abusing pit lane speed. These races were very much endurance events, so not like they are today where everybody's flat out all the time. But come off the banking and turn 4. The car still providing a scary visual of what can happen here. We'll slow down 60 miles an hour. Pit stall, though, will be one of the first ones. We'll come over to it. Oh, and I never requested the pit stop, so things are going to be a little slower here. But we'll go keep driving this time. Take a look. That's everything we want to change. Put new tires on. No damage to speak of. All right. Filled up the car, changed the tires, and we'll get away. Just try to keep it under the speed limit here. So fell back on P6 now, but I think a couple cars that passed were likely... Oh, and a few positions more, so P9, I think I saw Bianchi go by there, but I think a few of the cars that passed still have to pit, so we'll exit the pits here. Oh, and anybody that has ever raced Daytona knows the pit exit is one of the sketchiest parts of a pit stop. Just nice and slow there, so easy to run to that guardrail. I've got cold tires, cold brakes, full fuel. Just have to reset my mind after having such a quick car at the end of the first stint. Break it down to first gear for the horseshoe. A little wide there, but slide it on through. So first stint I think was all right. Was not as quick as I wanted to be, but so much stuff happened that I think it's fine to have made it through clean. Some skid marks there on the circuit. We'll break it down a second, getting very close to the grass on the inside. Oh, we'll slide through here too, just cold tires. But now second stint, want to just really get in a rhythm here and see if I can pull up at all on the cars in front. This car definitely has top 3 pace in it, so once everybody cycles through the pit stops, I'll have to see where I'm at. But on the oval again, I'm gonna pull up now, I think on the only Porsche 906 in the race. Porsche really didn't, and a slow car in the bottom there too. It's one of the triumphs, I think. Stopped there, work around the low side of the Porsche. Porsche didn't really have an answer for Ford or Ferrari until a few years later. Come across the line, complete another lap. See if I picking up a few spots because of people in the pits. Just concentrate on T1, but back up to P4. Down to first gear. Not making such a great corner, but I made it through there. Down to first gear. So I got 2 GT cars in front. I think the orange Austin Healey is a really cool car, but then I see a bluer car in front. I'm not sure if that would be the Miles Ruby machine. It actually looks like it is. So somehow Ken Miles, Lloyd Ruby have fallen back to 3rd position. See if I can work the inside here past the Austin Healey. He's going to come around the outside again. It's what I was talking about a little bit with the speed differential. Some of these GT cars are actually pretty quick in the corners compared to the heavier prototypes here. But I've got it where it counts on the straightaway. Easily pull away from those two. So Miles and Ruby's car in front, the number 1 Ford GT. He's in 3rd. I have no idea who might be in 2nd or 1st then. I guess I saw Bianchi pass, so I would assume the yellow Ferrari is up there as well. But it's truly turning into a Ford versus Ferrari here at Daytona. We'll come to the line. Hard on the brakes. Down to first. Car wanting to brake wide there. Just want to put in good laps. Behind the 12 Ferrari here, this blue Ferrari. Try not to run wide there. So easy to do if you get that kink wrong. Just have to sit in. Maybe I can go around the outside of him. It sounds quick, but that car obviously is not doing super well. It's the Ferrari 250 LM. Get it up onto the banking, slid a little bit wide, but can see there ahead, just dipping behind my mirror, the Miles Ruby machine, passing a couple cars. We'll come around turn 2 onto the back straightaway and see what I'm looking at. I can see a red car ahead. and he's following Bianchi, I think, or the yellow Ferrari there. The 365s. Come to the line, just brake nice and early. Still heavy car with all that fuel. I think coming up behind the Denny Holm machine here. Not sure if he would be driving right now. Yeah, but it does look like the 365, the yellow 365 there, so that would be third place now. The one GT Miles car has gotten around him for second. And then first, I mean, I don't think it would be Dan Gurney, because I'm fairly certain that was his car sat near the pit lane. Get bottled up here behind these cars. Well, this 38, it's got a little bit of damage there. That would be the Denny Holm machine. See if I can work around the outside of him. So work back towards the oval. Uncomfortable around the outside, but just want to get past these cars. '60 as well. That's Ennis, Ireland. Ennis, Ireland there. Back around the 906 again, so he must have pit. But I think I lost a little bit of time, 2.4 seconds. The two in front of me, though, right in my sights, so no idea where the leader is. But third and second here, it's very tight. Finally hitting a little bit of an apex there. Car kicks sideways slightly. Shouldn't shift up to third there, just ride second out a little bit. Oh, down to first, locking up. Oh, I tried to gas it up a little earlier coming onto the oval, but it just ran me a bit wide. But it looks like we're going to come up on a whole group of GT cars. So I've been pretty successful getting through the traffic, and I think that's what's caught me up to these two, because they seem fairly quick. But it doesn't matter exactly how you do it, as long as you do it. Keep the car running. Get backed up here, some of the GT cars. Winding away. So we'll come through the NASCAR turns. On the exit, things will get a little weird here. Past my teammate car, the 5. Oh, I'm gonna run wide. I just missed the line there, braking. So it's distracted with the yellow Ferrari in front, Bianchi's car. Just get it right back on the track. So I can't be making mistakes like that. Especially I'm fighting for position here at the front of the grid. See if I can outbrake this Corvette. But yeah, can't be making mistakes like that. Luckily getting away with that one. Crucially, in the key spots, Daytona does have a good amount of runoff. but this corner's not one of them, so you have to be very careful around here. So despite that off, I'm still not super far back. It looks like these two getting caught up behind a Ferrari here. Oh, so close, those two. Let's get onto the back straightaway. Nearly touching there as they fight their way around the slower GT car. Slide into the turn, use the camber, the banking of the corner to help turn the car. Oh, getting flashed with sunlight there, so the sun's going to start going down slowly and blinding all of us as we come out of turn 3 and 4. Hard on the brakes this time, trying not to get distracted. And much better through here. So right on the back of the 1 and the 25, I believe it is, the yellow 365. Easy here through the kink. The Ferrari runs a bit wide. You can see it fighting for grip. Oh, come down. Second horseshoe. It's just not going to be a good place to try to pass. Still so long to go. Not even an hour in yet. Down to first, but we'll get onto the oval. Coming up on another Porsche 904. Just want to plan out the moves here, see if I can go to the low side on the 25 there, make it around him, make it around the Porsche. We split him, I think, but yeah, able to make that work. Now chasing the number 1, the Ken Miles Lloyd Ruby machine. So we'll dice in and out of the slower GT cars, makes for an exciting oval here, but oh, so sketchy. Over 180 miles an hour through the corner. Sunlight bouncing off. Come to the start-finish line. I'm going to back out of it a bit early. It's just too much going on with the cars that we're passing. Down to second gear. When he's leaving the inside open, but not going to be able to sneak up there. Car sliding sideways a bit. Absolutely don't want to hit my teammate. That would be... or not really my teammate, but compatriot, fellow Ford GT driver. That would not look good. We'll stick in right behind him here. So we work towards the kink. Let off a little early, just give myself a little distance. So battling for second, still no sign of first. We'll come here into the second horseshoe. Second 180-degree corner. Worked it out wide there. Looks like we'll have more traffic on this lap. Showing my pit marker coming up, but I could really do quite a few more laps here on this tank. Making it further, I thought it was going to be about 11 laps, but looks like I could do about 15, 14 laps on a tank. So working on the oval, pulling in on the Miles machine. Take him on the low side. He's going to get caught up behind some of the lapped cars. Whoa, I think he made a little contact there, but focusing forward now. So work into turns 3 and 4. So picking up second position from the number 1 GT40, the Lloyd Ruby Ken Miles machine. but a long way to go. It's definitely not over yet. We'll come up behind this Cobra into the front straightaway across the line, let off plenty early. Down to second, down to first. Oh, car wants to break away there. I need to rev match a bit better on the downshift. All right, so not too bad for progress here, but such a long way to go. I just need to settle in. It says I'm about 10 seconds off the leader, but lap traffic, a little bit of strategy, some hard driving, all those things can change that. Of course, keep my eyes on the mirror a bit, because I'm sure Miles and Ruby will be back. It seems like it's clouding over a little bit, which is a little scary. Can rain, although I didn't really think about what to do if it does rain, so hopefully it stays dry and is just gonna get cloudy here. But pulled out a nice lead now, about 3 seconds on the number 1 car there, and pulling in a bit, a couple seconds there so far on whoever the leader is. It might be the other 365, the Rodriguez and Mario Andretti machine. I bet it's that car up front, because I don't know if Dan Gurney's car is still in the race after that early incident. Come around turn 4 though, car in front dipping into the pits. I still got about 5 laps, I think. Since the stints are longer though, this might let Ginther take over the car after this one. I was originally thinking it would be about 30 laps, or a little over an hour of driving per stint, and it seems like, or per driving stint, and it seems like that's only going to be a 1 stop in the middle. You can see in front though, I think I'm pulling up actually on the Ferrari, or a Ferrari, I'm not sure if it's the Ferrari. Back into second here just to make sure I get through the corner nice and tidy. Yeah, that's definitely a 365, so I have to think that's the car in the lead. Oh, sliding a bit wide onto the oval. Oh, getting right up to the wall there. Don't want to touch that. Behind this 904, just take them on the low side, nice and easy. No sign of the Ferrari in front, but I think they pop into view a little late. Just work our way through turns 3 and 4 here. There it is. So pulling up on who I think the leader would be, one of the other 365s. And it definitely is starting to get slightly darker now. Come down to first gear. So pulled it up to 2 seconds. Car behind is 5 seconds off. Oh, car trying to skid outward. There it is, yeah, that's the 21 car, so that is Rodriguez, Mario Andretti. Definitely that car which is in front of me and pulling in here. So in the first stint, it seemed like I was much slower, but been clocking in some good laps too. It looks like I'm down to a 55 flat, which is about as fast as I've gone. I'm gonna turn 3 here, pull up on this Austin Healey. Oh, so sketchy there, but right on him now. Just a few laps to go before pit stop. Yellow flag there for just a second. We'll come to the start-finish line. Not going to try any crazy stuff in a T1, although he brakes super early. Truly is Ford versus Ferrari here. And coming up on a whole string of GT cars, come down to first gear. Oh, he's gonna try to tip up the inside into the kink. Oh, the Ford Mustang making contact. Oh, and he's taking the line away from me here. Hard on the brakes. See if I can come around the inside, locking up the wheels onto the dirt. Try to get back on the track and see Miles behind me now. Oh, super sketchy moment there. Oh, he might spun out. Making contact with that Mustang, and I think I've got the #1 Ford GT making a pass on me. All happening, unraveling for Ferrari there. Oh, so absolutely crazy. Coming back onto the oval, the 365, making contact with that Ford Mustang and spinning out. And I'm back to second again because Miles, Ruby's car, gets around me. Coming to turn 3, right up against the wall there, dabbing the brakes. Not the best entry line, but oh, I'm right on him. It's not easy to pull down low, and oh, he brakes checks me. I guess he's going in the pits. All right, so I think I got a couple more laps in it, honestly. But that was crazy to have the leader spin out right in front of me. Come down to first gear. So just a couple more laps before the pit, and I think that might be enough for Richie Axelson's first stint in the car. We'll hand it over to Richie Ginther. Of course, Richie Ginther raced in Formula 1 as well. 1965, raced for Honda there. He's a good friend of Dan Gurney as well, so good co-pilot to have for the 24 hours here. First gear then. Oh, we're gonna run a bit wide. But yeah, I just got bottled up there behind the cars. Lost the wheel a bit. Car went into the dirt, and then rejoining these two down here making contact. You can still see the skid marks there. All the while, Miles is smiling as he drives on by. Work of that Cobra there. We come up on one of the other Ford GT40s. This is in the class under mine though. The older version of the car, more restricted engine. There's the sun shining, so starting to get later in the day. It doesn't seem like a storm is brewing or anything, which is good. But next time I'm in the car, it's gonna be pretty much nighttime as we'll come up behind another Ford here. Just have to wait to get through the corner. is one of the Ford GT40s, the older model. Just keep it nice and tidy there. Get back onto the oval. So we've got almost a minute lead, but obviously the cars behind are pitting, so that'll all change. Come past these two. I think one more lap before I will jump in the pits. Rocketing into the banking. I don't know, almost might be time to turn on the headlights. Right as about I'm gonna pit. Past McLaren's stricken Ford. You can hear the cars whining as they're coming out of the pits. But all in all, a very successful first double stint. Oh, it looks like one of the Ferraris came out of the pits there. Very successful. I thought I was quite a ways behind after the first fuel stint, but clearly got a lot of good speed here, and hopefully Ginther can keep it together. For his stints before I get back in the car in the middle of the night. Oh, come through the corner here. Oh, a little too fast. Oh, slam it on the brakes. See if I can stop the car. Oh man, recovering there. But just touch that grass through the kink. Upset the car. Oh, around me goes the 21. So that's that Rodriguez Mario Andretti car that spun out here in the lead, but he's a whole lap down now, having pit probably. Oh, big mistake there, but luckily able to recover from that. Pass the 21 there, the 365. So, I think I've had enough of the first stint. Make sure I'm gonna pit here. Change over to Ginther. So through turns 3 and 4, just get out of the throttle a little bit. Want to make sure I don't overrun or spin the car out trying to slow down. It's always tricky coming down to speed, no matter if you're racing a stock car or a sports car. Come down to 60, which is the speed, and come into the pits. So jumping out of the car here and get a look at the results so far and what's going on in this race. And of course things are shuffled up a bit because of pit stops, but it looks like up front it has been myself in the lead, making some passes there and fighting really with Ken Miles, Lloyd Ruby's car, but Lucien Bianchi as well up there, and Rodriguez and Andretti. So that confirms those are really the front 4 cars, and it looks like a good battle as well for the S3 category with Peter Revson fighting there with Peter Sutcliffe, Bob Grossman's car as well. 2 GT40s that I think I was working around there towards the end of the stint. But if we look at the bottom of the results, and it confirms there's been quite a list so far of cars retiring. A few of the 904s out, but if you look all the way at the bottom, 2 of the Mark II GT40s have had incidents so far, both right at the start of the race really, with Chris Amon and Bruce McLaren's car stricken, sitting really at the start-finish line, and Dan Gurney and Jerry Grant's car there crashing out, I think, pretty much on the second lap of the race. So coming back, it's quite dark here at Daytona. Richie Ginther's completed his stint, so just under 6 hours remaining, and he was doing pretty well. He did get caught up in some lap traffic though, so a couple of the Ferraris have snuck around. These standings are roughly where everybody's at, but of course we're in the middle of pit stops now, so a little bit of work to do, but not so far off at all, still on the same lap as the leaders. The big happening though is that Ken Miles in the one car has broken down. Spent a lot more attrition in the race here, and I'm actually interested to see how many cars finish this thing, because we're only a couple hours in the real scope of things. It would be about a quarter distance, and so far we have about 26 retirees, but the big one there, Ken Miles, has retired. We also had the Chaparral fallout as well, just like real life, I guess. So I'm carrying the banner, I guess, now for the Ford GT cars. Both Holman and Moody cars are still in the race, so it seems just like the Shelby American team has had some trouble here at Daytona, unlike real life. All right, so rolling out of the pits here in the nighttime. It's not quite fully dark yet, but it will certainly, visibility is not as good as it was during the day. We'll come onto the track. I feel like your senses are so much more heightened racing at night just because you can't see quite as well. So you're listening to the car, you're listening for any kind of issues with the automobile. But we're coming out here, just coming through the horseshoe. So I'm right in the middle of a gap, sitting in third position, so we didn't lose too much time. But got 22 seconds to second place and about the same to the car behind. Got a Triumph there sitting off the track to the right. And we're slotted in here behind one of the GT40s from the class below. Down to first gear here, work our way onto the track. So Richie, most of all, was able to keep the car clean, but we did lose some time. But some of the big competitors are out. Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby not being in the race, that certainly makes the orders more direct. It's fully to take it to Ferrari, see if I can carry that banner. Work on the low side here. Another car stopped low on the back straightaway. We'll come out of turn 4. Car still sitting on the inside of the circuit there. I think that actually is Gurney's GT40. And of course, McLaren's as well. Track is becoming littered. That's part of a 24-hour race. The circuit isn't quite the same as when you started. Oh, very close to the inside there. And Ginther was able to put some good lap times. He got stuck behind some slower GT cars, which really ruined the advantage we had. You can see, I believe the best lap showing now is from him with a 154, which is quite a lot quicker than I can do, so he's certainly not slow. Down to first gear, just looking at my mirror, the GT40's all over me from behind. Flashing lights there. Oh, slide out wide, he's gonna come alongside. I'll pull away from him on the oval here. Come down to first gear. Side by side, quite uncomfortable. Here we go, get up on the oval. You can see the lights of a few cars ahead. Up through fourth gear, come up behind this 904. Go through the third and fourth corner. Just spot the braking for the front straightaway. So holding station, looks like I'm pulling away actually from the car behind, being 27 seconds there, but still about 23 to the car ahead, so we'll have to see how much that gap changes throughout this stint. But a little less traffic now with about half the starting cars out of the race. We'll have to see how much that continues. I have a feeling some of it early on was caused just based off of there being so many cars and incidents. So I would imagine attrition, at least for accident, goes down here. But of course, the longer we go into the race, the more chance of a mechanical issue. Not that unrealistic either. About half the actual field for Daytona in 1966 didn't finish the race, so attrition was always high at these events in the 60s. In the slipstream now, though, of a GT40 ahead. Enters high in the corner, stick a little lower than that. See if exiting I can get the low side. Whoa, pitches the car quite sideways. Down to first gear there. Just try to spot the apex. It's a little too early on it. Car gets a little loose. I'm gonna have this GT40 chasing me through the whole infield. Make sure he doesn't try to stick his nose under me there. Chasing a Ferrari here. I think that would be Jochen Rindt's car, actually. Be seeing Jochen later in the season. Interesting that he was racing in a Ferrari here, though. Down the back straightaway, a car ahead. Very dark. Wondering if they have some issues with the lights. Clearly not very safe, but we'll get around them quite easily. You can, just like in real life, if you hit something with one of the corners of the car, you can bust your lights, and the stewards will definitely be having a look at that. Oh, yellow flag there for a second, just to keep my eyes on it. Obviously in the dark is so much less visibility that if you do see any sign of an incident, you have to really take it seriously. And then also as the night progresses, we're still very much in the evening, as the night progresses, the lights really become your only outlet to the outside world. Daytona didn't have lights illuminating most of the track like they do these days. As you can see, it's mostly just the car's headlights, except for a couple lights here and there on the front straightaway. Quiet lap this lap though, got a car ahead. Should be able to dispatch here on the oval. Easy work of him, set my sights forward, got another car in front. I think this is the Corvette. Past the 5 car there, unofficial. Teammate. Down to 3rd gear, down to 2nd, down to 1st, trying not to overrev the engine too much there. Still have a long way to go. Just under 6 hours left. It was amazing that these drivers did these races, just mostly 2-driver teams. There were a few 3-driver teams in the real events, but by and large at Daytona they were 2-driver teams, so they each had to drive 12 hours or so to get to the end, which doesn't leave a lot of time for resting. You certainly wouldn't want to do more than 2 or 3 hours in the car at once. As Richie Ginther and I are splitting it here, it would equate to about 3 hours in the car each time, which is a long time to be in a racing car over and over again. So these were truly endurance tests for the drivers, never mind the cars. Oh, getting a little oversteered there coming onto the oval. Caught it, luckily, didn't lose too much time. Pulled out about a minute lead though on the car behind. Still hanging around 23 seconds to the car in front. That type of maneuver won't help. Going to the corner here. Car gets very floaty on the banking. Can only imagine. Denny Holm machine in front, down to 1st gear. So we can pass him into the international horseshoes, not gonna happen. See if I can out-accelerate him. There we go. Coming up to the kink though. Oh, car gets a little weird on the entry. Gets weird watching your mirror almost as much as you look ahead. Just looking for that lunge. Try to get this a little cleaner this time. Run a little bit wide, but much better than the lap before. Flag there for just a second, probably a car entering the pits. Right against the wall. Oh, sliding the tires a bit there. The car in front just came out of the pits. So down to 21 seconds, so it looks like I might actually be gaining just a little bit on second. Believe it's the two Ferraris ahead, both Bianchi's as well as Rodriguez and Andretti. They've recovered from that incident with the GT car. Pulled in one of the GT40s from the S3 class. See if I can come around the outside of him onto the oval and accelerate away. Higher horsepower here in the prototype class. Makes that one quite easy, but you can see in the infield the cars are similar speeds. To the line, complete another lap, starting lap 66 here. Oh, car gets a little loose under braking. Find myself almost once a lap scaring myself. It's definitely not an easy car to drive. To get on the power there. See a couple cars ahead, so we'll have, I think by the time we get to the oval though. I love seeing the cars with the lights on going around the oval while you're in the infield. Really makes it feel like there's a lot going on at the circuit. So we'll get past this Ferrari 250. He's got one headlight out as well, so clearly he's had a little bit of a run-in at some stage. Oh, and we're up to second actually, which I didn't notice, maybe happened last time by, so obviously not making a pass for positions is some kind of incident or car failure, maybe a pit stop. Just keep going along. It probably was a pit stop. See a car tipping into the pits there. Be interesting to see how it all comes together at the end. I'm hoping we can keep our pit stops roughly to the hour marks. Just catching the car there. Roughly to the hour marks to make sure we actually line up and are able to get to the finish at a good time. You don't want to have to stop with 2 laps to go or something. Oh, and we're up to first now, so yeah, we're on a different sequence absolutely than the cars behind. Oh, this car, this Cobra, is very quick through the infield, but as soon as we get to a high power area, we've got a little more up the inside. So leading again, but I think on pit stop strategy, getting smacked from the right side by the Cobra. Hopefully the car's all right. So clearly didn't like that maneuver. Down to first gear again. would be the Harold Keck car. Get around on the oval, but clearly not appreciative of that. I wish I could raise my fist in GTR2 like I can in Grand Prix Legends. So leading the way, I'm about a little over halfway through this stint, and the car behind is about a minute behind, so I would still lose the position if I was to pit, but interesting to see what's going on, if it's more mechanical failures or if it's just pit stops. You really get lost in these races. It's amazing they were actually able to score them with just pencil and paper. Down to first gear. Very progressive throttle in this car, definitely balancing the whole way. With the soft suspension, the throttle absolutely helps you steer. We'll have to think, it'll be about 3 more laps or so, maybe a little bit more, 4 laps till I come in for a pit stop to fill up. We'll stay in the car this time through. Under this 904 across the lines, kind of a bad place to pass. We'll be side by side through the braking. Slow down a little bit more than usual, so I keep it on the inside line. Sliding a little bit, he's able to power through around the outside. Swap sides with him, so we'll head to the horseshoe. Down to second, down to first. Out of his light beams, hopefully stay in front of him through all this. There's another Triumph sitting over there on the inside of the circuit. Oh, a little bit of a sketchy spot. If you were to run wide through there, you would absolutely touch that car. I'm down to first gear. So it's getting very dark now. It's definitely gotten darker since the start of my run. On lap 69, 5.5 hours. Cars in the pit lane. Once everybody gets on these different strategies, though, there's not that much traffic usually. So pulling out from second as well. must have just been on pit stop rotation that it looked like Richie Ginther had lost the lead. But it was as we crossed the hour mark, which makes me think if I'm on the right strategy or not. Getting close to the stage though, where if I take a pit stop, I should come out close to the lead. Of course, the pit stops themselves have been anywhere from 70 to 80 seconds, which is about the gap I have now. But then you also have to remember I got to traverse the pit lane with the pit speed, so we'll lose a bit more time than that. I'd imagine it's 100 seconds or so. So we still would get past if we pit at this stage, which we'll have to do in a few laps. Got in front of me here, looks like the 906. We're both coming up on a slower car. He's gonna jump to the inside. Just wait a second there, lose a little time, but better to be safe. Get past the 906. Whoa, braking a little late. Oh. Try to get the car slowed down, able to luckily get it there. Nothing like a little lap traffic at night to get your heart beating. From the 906. Down to first gear here. Another 904. I think there's about 5 of them in this race, so the car you see a lot. But I do love how the cars from this era look. They all have a very low to the ground, and they're also small physically that seems like there's a lot of space to race them. First, you can see my braking lock up from last lap. Touch the dirt a little bit there. Throws me a little wide on the exit. Come past on the left there is where all of the pit boards would be on the real circuit, which would be really hard to see, I feel like. Or it would be almost impossible to see at night. I wonder if they had lights that would illuminate them. They must have. But cheating a little bit in this one and having some of the HUD on, but it would be absolutely impossible to know what's going on at all if you didn't. You do, though, in the GT40 here have a fuel gauge. It's all the way on the left of the dashboard. You can see right now we're at about a quarter. So that will tell you how much fuel you have left. So I guess you could race this without any HUD, which I normally like to do, but I've never done one of these longer races as a video, and it felt like it would be a little better to show everybody a little bit more of what's going on during it. Although still kind of lost. The luckily able to trade some information with the team. Oh, and the fuel light coming on, so we're gonna come by this time, let them know, pretend we have some kind of hand wave, let them know we're gonna be coming in next time to pit. Come down to third gear, come down to second. Late downshift to first there, but maybe got the car in a little more steady. Slotted in here behind this Corvette. So I can squeak up the inside of him before the kink. Work my way in the oval, so we'll pit this time by. Could maybe even go another lap, but don't want to risk anything early. Strategy is working out quite well so far. So we'll complete this stint with about 5 hours, 20 minutes to go. Do another stint driving, which will put us well under the 5-hour mark. We'll swing by here, car on the outside. That is Janet Guthrie's car, actually. Haven't mentioned that yet. We'll come down to the pit lane, past the stricken car. I think that is Dan Gurney. We'll brake all the way down to 60. Come in behind the GT40, so we're on the similar strategy there. Alright, so the crew wrapping up work here. Get the car started again and away we go. I just saw Bianchi go by. Back to third again. But I know I'm not too far behind. We'll see what it is when I come out of the pit lane. Just trying to get a speeding penalty. 15 seconds back now, 16. So we might be similar to what I was before all the pit stops started. Here we come to the exit. Just take it nice and easy. This is the time where you can easily make those mistakes. Whoa, car getting a little bit sideways there. Whoa, somehow catching that. I got a Cobra. Just trying to gas it up before he got around. He's gonna come up the inside. Car nearly got away from me there, and that could be a bad spot. The walls are quite close. It looks like my teammate is right behind me, the other Holman Moody GT40. But I believe he might be a lap down because I'm not seeing my relative show that he would be that close to me. Come down to first gear, able to get back around that Cobra, but he's all over my rear end. Alright, so that part cleared, thankfully. I'm back to being about 21 seconds behind the leader, but that's a little closer than I was, or 21 seconds behind second place, 20 seconds now. It's a little closer than I was before the pit stops. It definitely made a little bit of ground. Back down the back straightaway, back up to fourth gear. Ooh, a yellow flag ahead. Probably cars pitting. We'll have to see, it's extended. Just tentative there. Coming out of turn 4. Ooh, and I can see a black cloud ahead. There's a car on the inside of Ferrari. One of the GT cars, though. This is another Ferrari falling victim here. That was the 58 car. I think Paul Hawkins driving that one. So not sure if it was an actual accident or just a blown engine or something, but the way the car was sitting, I have to imagine that was not where they pulled it over. So I lost a little bit of time, but you just don't know with incidents like that, if you see a yellow flag, if it's something big that you're going to have to avoid, or especially at night. Back down to first gear. There's two in front dueling. Just give them some space here, come on the low side. Quite aggressive there, but want to get around these two. To see what the front stretch is like this time. I have to imagine the car is going to get moved. It was sitting right on the white line on the bottom of the track. Come out of the fourth corner. So not seeing anything, so it looks like that car was cleaned up, at least one of them. They're not going to fix Dan Gurney's upside down car at this stage, but I guess it is offline. A stark reminder for all of those driving to play it safe. This little Triumph behind me, thinking he's going to be quicker. Oh, that is the Sunbeam. Janet Guthrie is co-driving. Oh, getting hit from behind by Guthrie, or whoever's driving that car. Oh, that was a hard hit too. Threw me off the circuit. We'll come back on. Hopefully the car's not damaged. So once again, GT cars in the infield here. Very treacherous. So the car, I think, feels okay. That was a pretty hard whack to the rear, though. Not sure what happened there. I thought I was on the inside, that car was going to go to the outside, but had some kind of miscommunication. We'll catch back up soon, and I'm worried it's going to be once again in the infield. I can just see the car at the end of the straightaway. I'm hoping, I've never really done a night race such as this, so I'm hoping to be able to see well on the video. We'll come through on the low side, so I'll have my fists waved as I go past. Hitting the third place car. No idea where they are in class. I think that's probably one of the 1.6 class, but not something you'd want to do. Down to second. Of course, Guthrie in real life was not an aggressive driver like that. She was very, very skilled. Could also be their teammate. I don't know who else is driving that car right now, but we'll pretend it maybe wasn't Janet. Come down to first. The car feels fine though, so got away with another one. Guess in a 24-hour race, there's probably a lot of those incidents and close calls that you maybe shouldn't have gotten away with, but you did. Tiptoe it through the kink there. You can see the skid marks from the lap before. I was going slow enough when I got hit too that the car didn't spin into the guardrail, which is good. You can absolutely damage suspension in GTR2 and then the car won't turn right. It would be terrible to do with so much time remaining. but that did lose me time, 25 seconds off now of second place, so I don't think I'm going to be able to pass them, but through pit stops things might look a little bit better. See what I'll be handing Ginther. Around the low side of this Ferrari. Bit of a sketchy place to pass. Second, first. Oh, car's running a little wide. Able to just gather it up enough. So I did a 156 last lap, which is not great. It is a challenge to know how much should you push yourself. Can't be making mistakes. I've already had a pretty sloppy couple of stints here, a few off tracks, getting hit. Slide out right to the wall there. You can use the banking on the track, even though it's less there, you can use it to help slow the car down a little bit. Looks like I'm coming up behind that white GT40 that I've been pitting behind the last couple of stops. Straightaway passing on the low side, not too dissimilar top speeds between the classes there. Oh, coming down into turn one. Every lap it's so sketchy. Gotta figure out a better way to make the car planted. I like the one lap I did a late shift down to first. Might try that again. Just going down to first, there's a lot of torque there, so it upsets the car if you're not rev matching super well. Oh, so we're up to second again. So pit stops and everything must be happening. Really won't know till the end how this one will shake out. Unless there's more attrition, which I can almost guarantee there will be. Just dip it past that 904. Rocket through 3 and 4 there. Oh, so we're pulling in now on second. We'll take the lead again, I think this time by a car in the pit lane. So just trading off with the pit stops. We're kind of on alternate strategies at this point, which is interesting that it would be that varied. A little wide through turn 1. Not the line I'm looking for. Pull up ahead here and see how far ahead I am from second. At about a minute on the car that was in third last lap. see all the smoke from burning barrels and campfires and stuff from the crowd. I know attending these races is like a big party. Oh, there's a really bad line through that corner onto the oval, but luckily didn't hit the wall there. Was carrying a little too much speed, took too early of an apex. So we're about a minute 12 seconds over second place, but of course on alternate pit stop strategies, so it's tough to know at this point who is doing a better strategy than who. Undoubtedly the crew will know who's done more pit stops or not. But I have to imagine we're doing quite well being in the lead for so long each stint. Doesn't seem like a fluke. Down to third gear, down to second. Matched the revs a little bit better that time. So pulled out even more on second place. Be great to set Ginther up to be in the lead again. Alright, so now that I've gotten through some of that lap traffic and everything, the stint is going fairly well. Really, besides that one incident there with the sunbeam, it's gone just as well as I could hope for. Got a handful of laps left now. See a car in the pit lane there. All the way down the gears, turning 155s, which is good. Especially as the car lightens up. The first few laps after a pit stop are definitely the most treacherous time, just the tires being so cold and not having a lot of grip to begin with. First gear here. It's been a couple laps now since I've seen a car, and as I'm saying that, I can actually see one ahead on the straightaway, so still other cars out here, but interested to see. I know that one Ferrari GT car had some kind of issue on the front straightaway. Just waiting a second. Oh, so close there. He swept down low a little bit. I was also worried he might go into the pits, which can happen. They don't make it abundantly clear that they're going to pit. little hot here. Try to slow the car down as much as I can. Nip on the grass there. Oh my gosh. Luckily able to capture that. I was in full save mode, just trying to get the car slowed down as quickly as I could without spinning it out. Looking forward, I got a few cars here on the oval. So there's a Ferrari, get past him, see a couple more ahead there. Sliding the car a bit into turn one. Just keep it in behind this Ferrari for a second here. See if I can squeak up the inside here before the kink. There we go. Easily out accelerating. Keep things a little better this time through. It seems like the whole field is relatively packed together. For quite a few laps I was working through maybe 1 or 2 lap cars a lap, but I can see up ahead a little bit there's a whole train, and that could go into play with some of the strategy too. If I've got, you know, a decent amount of laps where I don't have traffic, but then suddenly hit the traffic, that's going to slow me down quite a bit. But hopefully, it seems like I might just catch up to this whole group as I need to pit. We've got a few laps to go. Just coming down to 5 hours remaining. In the lead at Daytona, no matter how it's happening. It's feeling more and more legitimate as I continue on here. The Ferraris are getting me on the pit stops, but assuming the strategy is going to work out, which I think it is, we're positioned quite well. Having the other Mark IIs have so many issues too, it's definitely made it easier. Miles was very quick in the early stages there. Try to keep things tidy here through the kink. See him coming up to a GT40. Up to 4th gear, 13.2 gallons left. Should be enough for more than 3 laps. Just broke the 5-hour mark. See these two ahead, sorting things out, and I think The GT40 up there is the 14, which is one of the S3 cars. Come down to second, come down to first. Got the 906 right behind me too. Just keeping my eyes on that. See if I can come up the inside of the 14 here. Down to first. Gives me the position, thankfully. So I think that's a factory entry. Peter Sutcliffe Racing. Down to first gear. Oh, I'll come through. This corner is definitely turning into one of the more difficult. I think it's the entry which makes it so hard. All of these corners have difficult entries. It seems like they were designed that way. We'll come here onto the oval. So up to a minute 26 to the car behind, which is getting dangerously close to the entire pit sequence. Oh, fourth gear there. Should tell somebody to turn the lights off in that Triumph. So come through turns 3 and 4. Down to second, down to first. A little early on that. First gear again. The thing I really have no idea on is the tires. They feel all right. I can definitely tell they get a little worn here in the last couple laps of a stint, but I don't know if they would blow at some point if I ran them too long or if we try to double stint tires. It seems like things are working pretty well how I'm doing them right now, so I might just stick with that. First gear here. Right, so I think I have one or so more laps before pitting. Continuing to stretch out that lead though, a little bit each lap. Come to the line, stuck up behind another GT40 here. Between the prototype class that I'm racing and the S3 class with the car in front, there's almost 10 GT40s in this race, which is why you see them so often. But my car is the Mark II version, which is really the enhanced built to beat Ferrari edition. Come to the kink here. A little sketchy coming up the inside. Maybe they'll let me by though. To watch my rear view mirror here. Slow it down, first gear. Luckily no issues this time. around. He'll do one more lap before pit stop. There's my fuel indicator. But it'll be interesting to how we calculate this for the end of the race, because there will be an odd amount of time at the end. We'll have to see if I can figure out how to get this to line up with the final stint. Right, turns 3 and 4 there. Come by the pit lane, do my little hand signal to the crew that we're going to be pitting. Come across the line. Car kicked sideways there, of course. Down to first gear. So the lead will go away with the pit stop, but it's tough to think that we won't be closer. And I'm wondering if overall we're actually going quite a bit further than the Ferrari on stints. But cross my fingers, Ginther has another good couple of stints and at least can keep me in the hunt for it. Down to first gear. I think I see a 365 actually in front. Maybe a couple cars up. Alright, onto the oval. So that must be the Andretti and Rodriguez machine. Well, I'm not sure I'll get close enough to see. That means we've lapped a large majority of the field if we're almost getting to the point of lapping them. Of course, got to dive into the pits here, but we're doing quite well. All right, we'll come out of turn 4 though. Head to the pits and swap seats here with Richie Ginther. So hopping out of the car and getting to look at the leaderboard right now, and things are looking pretty good. It was Pedro Rodriguez and the Mario Andretti Ferrari that are chasing us in second place. So I must have been seeing the third 365 with John Fulp driving there just as I was coming to take a pit. But then Bianchi in the yellow Ferrari in third place. Both of them are about a full pit stop behind time-wise on the track, so it'll be interesting to see through the strategy and through Ginther's stint here how well he's able to extend or keep the lead. So Ginther was able to put together another solid stint, swapping positions with Pedro Rodriguez and Bianchi in the two Ferraris, but did make contact with one of the lapped cars, actually the same lapped car that hit me off the track earlier with Janet Guthrie's team. So we have a little damage to repair in the pits, and we'll have to see where that spits us out. Alright, so rolling out of the pits onto the circuit here after a pretty lengthy pit stop for some repairs. Let's see if I can just weave it by the guardrail there. Ginther had a pretty good stint overall, but ran into the back of that sunbeam and cost quite a bit of time repairing everything. Hopefully the car feels okay. Whoa, understeering a bunch. Going off the circuit, that doesn't bode well. Try to get the car back under control here. Not sure if that was the car or just my driving. Of course, full fuel, cold tires. Take it easy here through the kink. Yeah, things feel okay. Probably just not anticipating the braking zone. I could imagine it being incredibly difficult to get back in the car, get psyched up again after maybe sleeping for a couple hours or something, as they would try to do with their brakes. It's definitely a time prone to incident, I'd imagine, is when you first hop back in the car. But we're in P3, all right, and we're pulling in. The car in front must be in the pit lane then if we're pulling in that much. So not all hope is lost, but we are over halfway now, just 3 hours 45 remaining in the full race. So things will start brightening up, hopefully not too long from now. And the final hours of the race, of course, will be in the daylight again. We'll come through turns 3 and 4, and it looks like that lead now is 25 seconds in front to second place, so we're pulled in 23 now. Come past the pit lane. Not seeing a lot of activity down there, but down to third gear, down to second, down to first. Whoa. Got one car in front exiting the pit lane ahead. So our lead is no more, but I don't think all hopes are lost. There's half a race to go, and so 22 seconds is absolutely something we can make up. That looks like another 365 in front of me too, so I'm not sure who that is. That must be maybe the 31. John Fulp, which we haven't seen too much during this one thus far. All right, on the oval then. Up to second gear, coming the low side, that is the 31, so we'll put a lap, I guess, on one of the 365s, but of course the other two are the ones I'm chasing. The 21, which is Rodriguez and Andretti, and the 25, which is Bianchi. There's another driver in the 25 as well. I just don't know off the top of my head who it is, but we'll see in the results, of course. So flying through turns 3 and 4. Oh, so down to 16 seconds to the car ahead. Oh, yellow flag here. Oh, I'm coming up on the sunbeam itself. Oh, a little bit of oversteer here into turn 1. Able to correct it, hang on to the car. Dip it through the kink here. Down to second, down to first. We'll come around really close to the wall there. Couple more lap cars in front, so there's still been some more attrition, but it has slowed down a little bit like I thought it would. With there being less cars on track, it's a little harder to have incidents, but of course mechanical failures can happen at any point. Come down the straightaway here, roll past the sunbeam, definitely have a talking to after this one. and past the Corvette, still in the race. Ooh, and a car on the low side there going into the pit lane. Got a first gear. Tiptoe it around here, the International Horseshoe. Come down to first gear. So slowly pulling in here on second place. Should be great to get during this stint. Again, with the strategy, I have no idea who's on what pit stop. Other than that, we're doing pretty well. I think, ton of oversteer there, catching the car though. Ooh, very sloppy. 31 coming back up from behind. I think we might be able to cut a stint out of the race at this rate, but we'll have to see how things end up. Try to double stint again here. I think Ginther will probably double stint as well, and then we'll have to see where I am for the final part of the race. Plan is to have me run to the finish. Alright, so coming out of turn 4. That was a bad entry to the oval that time. Down to third, down to second. Pulled in behind these two GT40s, which might be battling for position actually in class. Dip around one of them. They're both S3 cars, so stuck in behind him here for the final corner onto the oval. We'll quickly get around him then. So pulling in about a second that lap. Into the 15 seconds now. Past the Corvette again. Come under one of these Cobras here. Ooh, yellow flag for a second there. Might just be a car exiting the pit lane. Down to first. This Cobra's going to want to stick with me up the outside. There we go. Slide him behind. Hopefully can pull a little gap here before the horseshoe. Up behind one of the Ferrari GT cars. To give him a second through the kink. Looks like we've officially got a lap on 4th place at this stage. Work my way there around the inside, back onto the oval. One other car in front. To 4th gear, catching on him quick, so it's definitely a GT car. One of the 250s. Not a GT car actually, but much off the pace from our speed. To 2nd gear, and 1st there into the 1st turn. So pulled in at 12 seconds now on 2nd place. Car sliding a little bit there. Try to get back on the throttle, catch it. Down to 1st gear. This is definitely the long part of the race through the night. Imagine the sun will start rising soon or not. I'm not sure at all what time it is, but it feels like the nighttime goes on forever, and you hear drivers talk about the Daytona 24 and that how long the night is. And even at Le Mans, all the 24-hour races, the night just seems like a very long period. But slowly reeling in 2nd place. Down to 9 seconds now, so it's actually coming down quite quick. Come to the line here, down to 2nd. Running mid 55s, which is pretty good with the amount of fuel I have. About halfway through the stint. Sliding the car through there. Up to 4th gear. Oh, yellow flag ahead. Just for a second, probably a car going in the pits again. line there. Just 6 seconds back now. Can hear a car coming out of the pit lane as well. But just behind me, one of the GT40s. Down to first gear. Whoa, car getting a little loose. So 4 seconds, and I could just see for a second there a yellow Ferrari. So we're catching up to Bianchi. Lucien Bianchi, one of the drivers for this car. Doing quite well, but if we can get the number 5 car in front of him there, split up the two Ferraris, at least a second place wouldn't be total domination by Ferrari. No idea how much further the actual leader is ahead. Oh, coming into turn 1, a little fast that time, somehow able to keep it on the track there. Got the car very sideways. Down to first gear. Come up behind this 250 to give it a second here. Not sure there's going to be a place to get around. Down to first, see if I can work it up the outside. First gear again. So this is the 25 Ferrari in front of me. 365 P2 in P2. Three and a half hours here left on the clock. Through the turns, pulling in now, running a little bit lower of a line. But in the slipstream, not gonna quite get him before turn 1, but don't need to force the issue. Down to second gear, down to first. Running a little bit wide through the horseshoe. He's pretty quick through the infield, but on the straightaways, I think this GT40 just has the edge. Down to first gear. loose onto the straightaway, but we've got a couple interesting cars in front. My teammate Holman Moody, GT40 there, stuck behind one of the GT cars. Oh, he's gonna go down. Oh, in front of the Ferrari. The Ferrari spins out. I go low, just missing him. Oh, that's how quickly that happens. I don't know if that was on purpose, but my teammate may be trying to help me out there a little bit. Oh, that was so close to me hitting him too. We're coming along the low side, past the number 4. And just like that, in the middle of the night, something crazy happens in front. We'll come out of turn 4. Wow, so up to P2 now. I imagine that was a pretty wild spin for Bianchi, but I imagine that car will continue to go. Oh, a little bit of oversteer into T1 up the inside of this Ferrari here. All right, just get right back on it. I've got 41 seconds to the leader, so it's quite the gap, but it's not unbeatable. It's about half a lap behind at this stage. But I guess if my teammate can get anywhere near him, that could help as well. Oh, that was insane. We'll come up here through the kink. So I guess if we can't beat him on outright pace, we know another way with Holman and Moody. They are the NASCAR boys, I guess. That's not the way you'd want to win, but it's a way to win for sure. No, I think maybe an accidental hit, but definitely works to my favor. I was so lucky not to collect him there. Car started moving low too as I was going past. It says the car behind's 13 seconds behind too, so that might be Bianchi collecting it up. So a little bit of nighttime excitement here at Daytona, but races, little bits of action dispersed with long periods of driving, just trying to stay on the line, and I guess that is endurance racing overall. So come through, so we're nearing the end of this stint, and the way it will work out, I think I've got to do quite a long driving period here. Probably do a triple stint, but we'll see. Come through. So pulling up actually quite quickly on the car in front. See a couple slower cars there working through the kink. First gear. Through fourth gear, look on the low side here. So 10 gallons left. Coming up behind 14 GT40, passing the Corvette there. Oh, making time now on the leader too, so the leader must be in the pits. So we've taken the lead, but gonna have to pit soon. first gear here. Oh, car getting a little bit sideways there. Trying to get on the throttle, but so easy to get that oversteer. So I've got a 23-second lead with just a few laps till I pit for fuel and tires again. Gear, just dodging the cars, car getting so sideways into the banking. Coming out behind the 56, 250. Down to first gear. Oh, try not to slide it too much there. Ferrari behind me making heck of a noise. Down to first gear. So pulling out a lot now in second place, so it must be another pit stop. Getting the fuel light here. So we should come into pit as well. Probably could go around again, but don't want to chance anything. Break the rhythm. Come up behind this 906. All right, so come to the pit lane, down to third gear, down to second. Down to first. Pull into the pit stall right behind that white GT40. All right, service complete. Get the car started. Let's get out of here. Peel out a little bit coming out of the pits. So not a bad pit stop. No damage or anything to repair. About 30 seconds behind the leader, so we'll see where I come out. I was around 40 right before he pit. All right, get to the exit of the pit lane. Take it easy here. Just keep it nice and tidy. All right, hammer down. So second place, 35 seconds, 3 hours 15 left. We'll come down to first gear, a little over revving there. Try not to run wide this time through the international horseshoe. All right, there we go. So back on track. Trying to figure out how we're gonna work the end of the race and have me finish. Oh, come down first gear there, a little fast on the entry. but still a ways to go before then. Just keep it nice and tidy there against the cones. The car actually is feeling really good even if it's with full fuel right now. So I got 16 seconds on third. To fourth gear, can see the lights ahead of a car. Working through the oval, got a car pitting in front as well. Not lucky enough for that to be the leader. Just another GT car. Come down to third gear, come down to second. First, oh, gonna run pretty deep there, but able to collect it. Down to first gear. I feel like the sky is starting to lighten up ever so slightly. See what kind of dawn GTR2 can give us. Up behind this 250 41 car. It's Jochen Rindt's car. Still in the race. Field thinning out quite a bit now. But up front there's still pretty good battle here between two Ferraris and my Ford GT. Out of the grass a bit there. Run it right out to the edge of the circuit. Second here for the kink. Just let the car work itself through. Really do learn pretty much every nuance of the car racing it for this long. Even in the shortened version here, it's still quite a long race to do. I'll end up probably over 4 hours of driving time for myself. I have to say, it does feel pretty good. It took a little bit to get used to the Power and Glory mod and the cars for GTR2, but it's a really, really well done mod on an older sim, but the sim does give you a lot of stuff that even a modern sim doesn't quite give you. Can't really do a race like this in something like Assetto Corsa. With driver swaps. Whoa, come through the corner here really slow. GT car on the outside. Maybe just haven't caught that one on the oval very much. But driver swaps, day to night transitions. An overall pretty convincing rendition of it. Down to first gear. cars passing each other still on the oval up there. Be a great place to camp and watch a race. I've never had the opportunity, but must be awesome with cars going by on the oval behind you, cars working their way through the road circuit in front of you. Lots to see. I think a lot of folks that casually tune in for an endurance race like this on TV might wonder why there's nobody really in the grandstands. But why would you stay in the grandstand the whole time when you can walk around and see the cars working through various parts of the track? Definitely be quite the experience. Daytona is unlike any other, and I have to say, this version of the circuit without the bus stop chicane on the back does make for a nice rhythm. I love the high-speed section here coming out of turn 4. With the tricky infield section, two different worlds essentially, and the car can't be perfectly set up for either of them. We'll come down to first gear here, almost running wide there. Oh, getting on the throttle, car getting a little bit upset, but it pulled in the leader now, 26 seconds down to first gear. Just a little bit at a time, try to catch the leaders. All right, up to second gear, then back down to first. Just keep the car on the outside of the track there, then curve it in. Oh, gonna miss the apex. But then flat out on the oval. Oh, one slower car in front. Car in front of him pulled out quite a bit. We're catching that car. Cars in front, side by side. It's the Sunbeam again. Here to ruin my day. Past both of them though. I think it's just the speed differential with that car. It's very quick through the infield, but on the oval it's so slow. So it just makes it kind of a tricky car everywhere. Go into turn 1. Back down to first gear. There's a car behind me. About equal distance actually between first place and third place. Quite spaced out, but catching, definitely catching, no argument there. First place. Well, it's definitely lightening up a little bit here. I can see the oval now quite well. So the nighttime is finally ending at Daytona. It does feel like it takes forever, but I do have the timing scaled, which should be relatively close to what it should be like for this race. Come through turns 1 and 2, get it on the back straightaway. Under the Holman Moody Corvette. Slipstream here, this blue Ferrari into 3 and 4 on the low side. Just try to hold it down low. Don't want to slide up into the car. second gear down to first. Once again see more than just from my light beams ahead of me. The whole track opens up a bit visually. I come down to first, just slide it on in. I missed the apex a little bit. Just clip the grass there. So we're getting close to being under 3 hours remaining. Got the lead down to under 19 seconds, under 20 seconds. So slow and steady. Oh, gonna slide a bit wide there. It's not quite steady. Need to be a bit more steady than that. Down to first for the horseshoe. Ooh, yellow flag. But it's sticking with it too, so take it a little easy through the kink this time. Expecting to see a car off somewhere. There's a car ahead. Ooh, gonna try to re-enter the circuit too. It's one of the 250 LMs. Oh, I'm gonna run a bit wide there. Got the line all weird because of that car. So everybody's pushing a bit. It's not just me making little mistakes. Luckily they're able to get away with that too. Certainly don't want more cars out of the race. It's quite a heavy attrition. Oh, big slide there onto the oval. Through turns 3 and 4. Big group of cars in front. At least 3 cars there. And of course the sunbeam again. Catch this car coming into the infield section. Car's quite quick through the infield. You'll see caught right back up to that Cobra in front of it. But under 3 hours now. Behind these 3 fighting. Should probably wade through this corner. No need to chance anything here. Should be able to easily pass all 3 of these cars on the oval. high side of the sunbeam. Whoa, the Cobra's gonna make things a little awkward here. Dip below him. Had to get out of the throttle quite a bit there, but now make my way on this GT40. Break it down second, down to first. Purple morning here in Florida. Track and everything has brightened up quite a bit, but the sky is still relatively dark. I'm sure that'll start changing soon. Our first gear. So a quiet lap this time through. After getting through that little group of cars, not seeing really anything on the track in front of me here, so I can try to put together a good lap. I'm down to 8 seconds and pulling in quite rapidly. Oh, there we go. I think that car is pitting, the leader. So I've taken the lead. Taking the lead with 3 hours to go. Of course, quite a few stints. But we still got a good amount of fuel here to do a few more laps leading. Try to keep the car pointed in the right direction. Don't need to change anything from taking the lead. It's still just about doing what I was doing. I was catching the leader anyway. Looks like I have about 36 seconds now on what is second. So this is really a duel at this stage, I feel like, between ourselves and Rodriguez and Andretti for Ferrari. So it really is Ford versus Ferrari, but not quite the actors you might have thought it would have been. First gear here. little power on, and then the car wants to dart across the track. You gotta work the wheel back and forth quite a lot. Just slowly there through the kink, down to first gear. Oh, car sliding really wide there. So the car is sliding a lot right now, more than I'm used to. Might just be what I've worked on these tires with, or I'm not sure. Flying past that Ferrari. Going to turns 3 and 4 here. Got a car exiting the pit lane. It's the Sunbeam down to first gear. Hopefully can get out in front of it. Although I'm not sure I want to. Oh, side by side. Makes me very nervous to be ahead of the Sunbeam through this part of the circuit. You can see one of its headlights is out, no doubt, from some contact. Oh, right behind me now. Should be able to stretch out a little bit here. So quick mid-corner, but it must be the shorter wheelbase. Lighter weight, no doubt. Down to first gear. Just look in the rear view, but I think I've got this corner this time. Oh, sliding a bit wide. Oh, oversteer there. Sunbeam's gonna go by me. Down to first. Alright, and on the oval, should have no problem with him. But I don't know if it's Janet Guthrie racing, but that car has been one of the more difficult ones this race. See the 906 and a GT40 ahead. Through turns 3 and 4 on the low side. Ooh, car gets really slidey there. Yeah, the tires just, this set has not worn as well as the others. Maybe some of the sliding and locking up I was doing. But we'll be off them soon enough, not too much more before the pit stop. So, good lead on second place. Oh, a little bit of oversteer there. A lot larger of a lead than I would have thought, actually, so I'm wondering if another car has maybe had an issue. Down to first. Oh, not enough grip at all. I think I might pit just to get some new tires on, honestly. Quite dangerous racing these tires around. If I can hold out just one more lap, that'll put me in a good spot, I think, lap-wise. Should have enough fuel for at least a couple more laps, actually. See if I can tough it out here. take it easy through turn 1. Oh, it's still though gonna slide out a little bit wide, just touching the dirt there. These tires have no grip at all. I mean, I don't know if the changing time has anything to do with it. It's clearly getting quite bright out now. Should be time to turn off the lights relatively soon. Down to first gear. Fuel lights coming on. I should be able to go one more lap though. Through turn 4, one more lap, put the hand sign out, tell the crew we're gonna pit. Down to first gear. Oh, just catching the car again. I feel like it's every lap that I'm catching some kind of slide through there. It's a very cloudy morning here at Daytona as well. First gear. Just keep the lights on for now, just for make sure the other cars can see me, but I don't think I need them to see anymore. Down to first gear there. Oh, right to the edge of the circuit. Alright, so pitting this time. Got 2 hours 45 to go. I'm gonna drive another stint. I'm gonna triple stint this one. Ginther should be able to do the same after me, and that'll put me in the car with just a little bit of time left. Might be a weird amount of time too, pit stop wise, but we'll have to see. Coming through 3 and 4 then. Just let off the throttle, get the car slowed down for the pit lane. Alright, all the way down to first gear. Alright, so pit stop complete. Let's get the car started, get away. Pull out of the pits here. So I think I'm going to be almost neck and neck with the leader. That might actually be Rodriguez and Andretti that just went by. Come to the end of the pit lane though, try not to speed. There's a very noisy Ferrari into turn 1. Alright, we'll come out of the pits then. Just hug the inside of the track like always. So starting third stint, this is a long part of the race, but important to try to just keep on the leader here. 11 seconds back, just 2 hours 42 to go. Come down to first. Now's the time to think about, we gotta show what we've got. Daylight's back out. Morning time at Daytona. Out of first gear here. Work my way up the inside of this Ferrari. Very loud car. Oh, sliding through the corner a little bit now, getting on the gas onto the oval. So I think it's going to come down a lot to traffic and, of course, how the pit stops fall here. and also how Ginther does on his stints. But I'm hopeful that at the end of the race, we can actually get rid of a pit stop. We're about halfway off of what we would need to be doing to skip one of the stops. You can really see Gurney's car there now. It's kind of become part of the scenery along with McLaren's. It's too bad those cars fell out so early in the race. I was looking forward to dueling some of the other GT40s, but that's the way it happens sometimes. It leaves a lot on the table for young Richie here to take. But other drivers equally as hungry. Rodriguez and Andretti in the leading Ferrari. Mario Andretti is not the Mario Andretti we know today in 1966. He was still a pretty young driver, didn't have a lot of wins in the big international stage. Oh, and there's the sun blinding me, just peeking over the track. I was waiting for that to happen. That should be interesting to see where that happens on the oval. I think luckily Daytona doesn't have too many corners that'll blind you with the sun. It's angled quite well. But there it is, peeking over the trees. In the coming laps, it'll be much brighter. It always feels like a big achievement, though, making it to the daytime in an endurance race. We're going the distance. Slide it up into turn 3 here. Through the tri-oval. Closing in on the leader now. Down to first. Oh, there's the sun. That's where it gets you into turn 1 there. Can't see anything while driving through it, and I think I saw the leader there coming around the other side of the horseshoe. So we're so close. Once again, it feels like every time I get in the car, I'm making up some time, but it's been an exciting race thus far. So I think we can kill my lights now. The long night is over. All right, we'll come in to this hairpin here. Slide the car a little bit. Oh, just catching that oversteer. We pulled in a ton this lap. I bet the leader had to get through these 2 cars in front of me. If I can get past both of these cars before turn 1, I should be able to. 250 in front of me is going to catch the... Or no, they're both 250s, it looks like. Luckily, similar speeds. Don't have to worry about them battling each other here. Oh, but we do have a very slow Ferrari ahead. Oh, and the car in front spinning out. Oh, going low. Backwards. Oh, there's going to be some contact behind me. Oh, missing another crash. Feels like every car decides to spin out directly in front of me, but somehow missed that one. I think the two behind me hit each other, really. Always exciting. All right, we'll come down to the horseshoe, and there he is. The leader, the red car there, just snaking through the horseshoe. Just come through the kink here. Down to first gear. Pushing a little bit, but I think that'll be for the best. Try to pass him on the track, not in the pit lane. I think he has to actually pit before me too, so everything is going to plan here. We had a little bit of an issue in the night with Ginther hitting that lapped car, but other than that, it's been a fairly good race. There's been little incidents here or there, but that's always going to happen in a 24-hour race. Slide through, hopefully less chaos this time, coming down the front straightaway. Be interested if both those cars actually are still in the race, because they hit very hard. Right, down to third, down to second, down to first. Oh. Blinded so badly by the sun there. It's all part of it. Oh, we're gonna slide a little bit there. Right on the Ferrari now. Oh, getting a little loose of the corner. But making up all that distance lost in the pits with repairs. Get onto the oval here. See if I can help muscle the Ferrari. See if I can jump up the inside as we head to the back straightaway, side by side. Oh, and he slides right in behind me. He's gonna try to look low, but not gonna be able to do it. Taking the lead here at Daytona. Just 2.5 hours left. To the line, cement that status, leading a lap. Just try to keep it smooth here. Oh, down to first gear, gonna slide wide. Oh, onto the escape road a bit, letting him back by. Oh, that was such a bad mistake, right in front of the leader, just taking the lead. Absolutely not on purpose. That's so disappointing. We'll just have to do it again, I guess. Car's okay though. Luckily, all these mistakes have just not really been hitting anything. Just trying to regain composure here. Down to first gear. Such a rookie error into turn one. I've done it a dozen times in this race so far. Should have learned my lesson by now. All right, but back on the oval, a little further back this time. I don't know if I'll catch him this lap, but we'll see how this lap car in front goes. .190 miles an hour in the slipstream, pulling in now. Car in front going to the pits won't be an issue, thankfully. We'll work towards the line. Be a little too much. Oh, but he brakes very early, so I'm up the inside. Down to second, down to first, where I screwed up last lap, but just holding it right against the white line. Oh, and we're still side by side. We'll come down to the International Horseshoe. Down to first. He's got the better line there. Try to sneak in behind him here as we'll come to the kink. Oh, he's very sideways there. Down to first gear. Oh, and he's gonna stop pretty much on the apex. Down to first gear then. Try to come around the outside. So back on the oval, bumper to bumper. Up to third gear, come down to the inside. Making the pass on the low side then. All right, got him back, taking the lead. Now I just need to hold it, try to get turn one this time. So we'll come up to another lapped car, Corvette. Make the pass on the low side. Oh, and the Corvette goes for the pit lane too. That was almost deadly. We'll come to turn one though, just nice and early. No need to run wide this time. Down to second gear, down to first. Clipping the apex. There we go, cementing the lead then. Right, now I need to just pull away. Oh, and it looks like the car might have pit as well, so I'm gaining quite a lot. So on that lap, both that Corvette and Rodriguez Andretti pit. Rodriguez / Andretti, of course. I've still got quite a bit to go. 24 gallons. Down to first gear. So behind this Ferrari, that's Jochen Rindt now. Sun quite higher in the sky at this stage. Jochen still get his lights on for some reason. Guess it wouldn't be bad to keep the lights on so you can see the car better. No harm in it. Throw it into turn 3, slide up just a little bit. So we'll come to complete the 157th lap. Down to second, down to first. Oh, car breaking loose again there. Seems almost randomly do that, but I'm pretty sure it's because I'm not getting the revs to match quite right. Of course, heel towing here with the stick shift and all. Keeps for a busy cockpit, but very fun to drive. Locking up a little bit. Oh, catching the slide there. So got the number 14 GT40 in front, Peter Sutcliffe, Bob Grossman. So I come up here and pass. Might be the Corvette again. I feel like I see this car almost every other lap. See if I can maybe pass this car coming out of turn 4. Took a really low line there. Come across the line. Down to 3rd gear. Down to 1st. Just snuck in behind this Ferrari. It's the loud Ferrari. I think I've got a 365 in front of me, but I'm sure that'll be the 31. Down to 2nd here, down to 1st. It's the John Fulp entry. If I can get in the slipstream, car will be quick obviously, but it's lost some time at various stages in the race. At one stage we were battling though, but I'm gonna come put another lap on him. Alright, come through on the low side under this Cobra. Be something racing without any kind of cockpit or anything. Open air. Make my way around the 63 there. Some rear end damage on that car. Slide a little bit, just looking in my mirror. You can see that Ferrari just there. Richard Atwood, I think, drives that car. So very cloudy. It would be the last thing to mix in to have some rain or something happen, but cross my fingers that it doesn't. I'm sure everybody watching would be interested in that. But we're getting there on fuel. 16.1. hoping I can stretch this as far as possible to the 2-hour mark. And that'll let Ginther triple stint get us to hopefully about 30 minutes to go. I'll jump back in the car. And hopefully we'll still be in the lead like this. We got a minute 41-second lead. Oh, and these two in front dueling with each other. See if I can sneak up the inside. They're sliding through the corner. First gear here. Catching up to the 906. It's a really cool looking car if it wasn't very quick. But Porsche set to do some pretty impressive things with sports cars in the years to come. This race actually did have one of the really early 911 GT car variants, but not something that exists as far as I could find for GTR2. Well, we'll come up on the Sunbeam here, make a pass on the oval, try to get as much distance as possible from that car to me. It's the bad luck mobile. Out of first gear. Oh, we're gonna run wide again. Catching the car. And I can hear cars around me, behind me, next to me. There goes the Sunbeam, of course. It's all my fault, though. This is quite an interesting situation. These two in front, just let them go, getting the power down. So the cornering speed on the Sunbeam is so high. Let's see if I can pass both of them here going through the kink. Yeah, able to do it down to first gear. Just keep an eye on the mirror here. Oh, so uncomfortable lap, but that's all my fault. Running wide again in turn one. We're lucky we're so quick, or else Holman and Moody wouldn't be the happiest with me. So 11 gallons of fuel. Lift a throttle into the oval, make sure the car gets set at a good angle. You don't really drift, but the car does kind of go sideways through the corner. It's pretty easy to get it too sideways. Try to do this a bit better this time down to first. You can see all my skid marks. I'm the one making all those marks. through the kink. The Triumph sat there. Ooh, and there's a lot of debris on the track there. Maybe the two in front had a little contact. I was gonna say the Triumph sat there. Always throws me off a little bit that there's a car on the track. So we're coming up, and I want to say just a couple cars in front is second place. Can't quite see him just yet, but yeah, if we're 1 minute 40 seconds in front, that means we're just about within 10 seconds of putting second place a lap down, which really feels like it would seal the deal. I'll obviously get a pit in just a second, but whoa, the car in front dipping down. A couple cars going into the pit lane there. Come to the line. You can just see there in the braking zone the Ferrari. But that would be second place. So quite the advantage at this stage. Picking up where Ken Miles left off. Down to first gear. Clip the dirt there on the apex. Oh, slide it up to the wall. Almost touched the wall there. Fuel light coming on, but I have a little bit more I could go, and I want to stretch it as far as I can. Hopefully Ginther can do the same. Get similar mileage that I'm getting. Come to the line. Should be able to do a couple more laps. Got 5 gallons of fuel to see what it is coming through next time. Come down to first gear, pulling right up on the back of the Ferrari. That might actually be the 31. So it's not quite second place, but second place might just be a couple cars ahead. See another Ferrari there. It's all Ferraris. I think most of the field that's left here is a Ferrari. Whoa, a little bit of oversteer there. So we'll come up to the kink. So I can make a pass on the 3-1. Who's gonna come back on me maybe? Oh, getting the braking wrong. Gonna slide into the barrier. Oh. See if I can get it back on the track though. I got 2 transfixed in the rear view mirror. Oh, and the suspension feels a little lopsided. I have to come this time and pit. Oh, that's the biggest mistake I've made in the race so far. Just getting late in the going. Easy to make those errors. So in the lead, hitting the guardrail though, and we'll come to the pits. Likely be a longer pit stop just to repair the damage. Car feels okay mostly, but it was a pretty hard whack. Not proud moment. Nearing 2 hours to go in the race. And hitting the barrier like that. We'll see here. So, see if I can come down to pit. Come up to the sunbeam as well. Just want to make sure I slow the car down enough because it is feeling a little weird. We'll come down to pit. Ginther's going to pop in. Ooh, and I got a Cobra stopped right behind my stall. See if I can slide in. So Ginther will jump in the car for a triple stint to get us close to the end, but leading despite that mistake from Pedro Rodriguez and Mario Andretti with the second place Ferrari, and Bianchi with the Francorchamps team Ferrari in third place. So I have it within grasp, but we'll see if Ginther can hold on. So Ginther put in a solid stint, has kept us in the lead, but not by too much. And I'm a little worried because there's just under 40 minutes to go, which is quite a bit longer than a stint would be. So I'm gonna hop in the car and see if I can make it last to the end. All right, coming out of the pits here, Ginther was able to keep us up front, sliding a little bit there. And we got about 36 minutes to go, but it's gonna be so tight on fuel. Got 13-second lead on second place. Come down to first gear here for the horseshoe. Sliding a bit wide. I gotta remember I got cold tires, gotta get reacclimated to the car. All right, try to set in a pace, but 36 minutes, I feel like it's a couple minutes longer than I've gone on all the fuel stops so far. So I gotta either hope second place is gonna pit as well, or that I can save enough fuel to make it to the end. The stop would be quick, but not quick enough to save us 12 seconds or get in and out in 12 seconds. Come around here onto the oval. So try to shift a little earlier, lift off a little earlier before corners, but Daytona is a tough track to save fuel on just because of this long oval section. It's flat out. I'll shift at 6,000. I've been shifting around 6,500 the whole race. To turn 3, a little bit of a lift. It helps set up the car anyway. So it's fully daytime now. The track's so much brighter than it was in the night. It's quite the contrast from when I left the track even. We'll come to the line, can see a Ferrari in front. Let off nice and early for the first corner. Just want to monitor that gap to behind. I think we got the pace to stay in front, no problem. Sliding a bit there. Somehow holding on to it. Can't have moments like that. We've got the pace to stay in front, but do we have enough fuel to make it to the end? Down to first gear, into the international horseshoe. So a couple scary moments on the first lap out. I mentioned it before, adjusting after you've been taking a break for a bit while. That's not easy to do. Through the kink, keep it in third gear, see if I can keep the revs a little lower. But of course, got to use that engine to help brake the car as well, so you can't just hum around in a high gear. You hear this Ferrari in front. So still a good number of cars running here at the end. I think we're just shy of 20 on the leaderboard, but after the first hour, having that many running is a good thing. Down to 8 seconds. I guess that's from the bad turn one, maybe. So second place is gaining on me as well. Trying to save some fuel. 33 minutes left. Not sure the right strategy here, whether it would be to go flat out and pit again or try to save some fuel and see if I can make it to the end. We'll come on the low side of the sunbeam. Hopefully get a good enough gap before the infield. Break down for turn one on the low side of this Corvette. Try to ease it on in here. Side by side, it's uncomfortable. Able to make the pass though. Come down to first gear, nice and gentle. Of course, at this stage in the race, beyond just the fuel and everything, you'd be listening to every sound of the car. So close to the end, everything's right at its maximum. Down to second gear, down to first. Work my way onto the oval. So I'm trying to take a look at the fuel and how quickly it's running out compared to the time. But I'm not sure it's going to be possible to stretch that far. Second place, though, did come into the pits just before we did, so unless they're able to stretch it extra long, I feel like they must have to pit. We'll see here coming up on a white Ferrari. Sticking behind him for the first corner. 250s are relatively quick through some of the twisty stuff here. Just down on that top speed. You can see the rear end of the car's got a little bit of a dent in it. Everybody's a little beat up at this point. Go down to first gear, revving a little higher than I'd like to. Oversteer coming out of the corners, get the foot down. It's coming up to 30 minutes to go in the race. Come down to second, down to first. I'll run a bit wide. Just trying to be so gentle on the pedals. I don't want to excessively use any fuel. Fourth gear then. Past the stricken Triumph there. Been sitting the whole day and night. Got a good number of ornaments around the circuit at this stage. The notable the most there. Dan Gurney's number 3. Luckily everybody able to make it out of that one all right, but crazy accident there. So we'll come to turn 1. Looks like the Corvette's coming out of the pits for the final time. It would be much better to pit here. I was hoping Ginther would be able to stretch it a bit, pit with a little less than 30 minutes to go, so we knew we can make it. Of course, it doesn't always work out that way. I can imagine in the days here of stopwatches and pencils and paper that it would be hard to get the strategy just right. So we've perhaps done everything we could. If I could only have stretched it maybe a lap longer during my stint too. There's just lots of areas where you can think back to say, oh, we should have done that a little bit differently. The second horseshoe there. Down to first gear. Long left-hander for the oval. So short shifting, trying to do everything in my power. Holding the gap at about 10 seconds, so speed we're fine, at least right now. Coming up on another slower car. Drifted right out to the wall. Oh, don't lock up the brakes coming into the corner. Had enough troubles with turn 1. So actually pulling out time so I could even slow down a little bit more. Oh, it's too high on the rev range. It's just under 30 gallons, 26 minutes left. I'm watching the fuel just as eagerly as I'm watching the clock. So come up behind this Ferrari here. Oh, it gets a little loose going through the kink. Stay in behind. 23 car there. I believe it's Mark Koenig. One of the drivers at least. Alright, dip down low. So quite slow through the infield, but didn't want to take any chances there passing the lap car, and of course wanted to save as much fuel as possible. It would be great if I could maybe find my teammate or something here, a car that's relatively quick on the oval, and use that slipstream. That is one way to save fuel. Around Daytona, you can get in the slipstream and really use like half throttle. Line. Tip it off the track, a little loose there on the entry. So at 27.7 as I dip into the international horseshoe. I'll take a look next time by. Remember as well, have to complete the lap after the time runs out to actually get the win, so it's a bit longer really than the 24 minutes that are remaining, but depending on how I space it too, I might be able to make it as close as possible to the time. All right, come on to the oval then. This is the part of the track that uses all the fuel. Getting this slipstream here, see if I can save anything. Come into turn 3. Off the accelerator for a second there. Ooh, yellow flag ahead. It's probably just a car jumping in the pits. On the low side of the 56 there. Alright, up for turn 1. I can see I'm catching a 365, it looks like. Oh, gonna slide it into turn 1. Bit deep there into the dirt slightly. 56 is gonna get past me again. So my issues continue. But looking at my fuel again, I've used over 2 gallons on the lap. There's just no way that I'm gonna make it to the end here. 2 gallons, maybe. It's gonna be so close. 2.2 gallons on that lap. It was a relatively slow lap too. Second place is pulled in a little bit. It's all so close at the end of the race. Down to first. Trying to get the car turned there. So I am pulling in on, I think, a GT40 in front, actually. Probably the 14. Fortunately, part of the S3 class, so it's not going to be as quick as me, or as quick as I need to be on the straightaways to draft with or anything. So we're coming to 21 and a half minutes at 24 gallons. But I feel like second place as well has let off quite a bit, because even though I'm driving relatively slow, we'll see what this lap time is. I'm not really losing much time to second. We'll come across line 58. It's quite far off where my pace has been. We'll come into turn 1 again, almost running wide there. Just breaking my usual habit there of where I let off and brake, and so throwing me off a little bit. But all the fans waiting to see if they're going to see an American victor or not in an American car. It's been on through the kink there. Down to first. Down to first again there, running a little bit wide. Luckily there's a little runoff. Yeah, so I'm using about 2 gallons a lap, and each lap is about 2 minutes, so it's right there. I might be making the number. The numbers next to the fuel really have not been accurate for this whole race, so I can't trust that. Into turn 3 and 4 here. Oh, and the Ford GT in front's gonna go pit, actually. Second place pits That will be the best thing that could happen here, because there would be no doubt I could come in, take a quick stop, no need to change the tires, just put a few extra gallons of fuel in it. Would be no more than maybe 30 seconds in the pit lane. But you never know your opponent's strategy, and I don't know where third place is actually either, and if they're close enough that they might extend to the end. Ease it through the kink, run a bit wide there, but staying off the grass, luckily. My incident from last night. Thankfully was able to get the car back to the pits in one piece. That was definitely a bad one. Daytona is definitely a thinking track with this long straightaway, and especially because it's uninterrupted, no chicane here in the back straightaway. You just have a long time to try to think and do math and see if it's all going to work out. Just under 20 gallons now, with 17 minutes to go. If I came out of the pits with 36, I'm just getting there. It's going to be close, and especially with however it works out lap-wise, if I have to do another lap or not. All right, work through the first corner. I got a couple more cars ahead. Let off really early there. Too early. We'll get it into the horseshoe though. Oh, touching the dirt just slightly. Run a bit wide onto the oval, but it's all okay. So 2 more cars in front to pass, hopefully here before we get to the infield section. Coming up just under 16 minutes now. Work our way past the loud Ferrari though. So into turn 3. Just thinking all the crazy stuff that's happened during this race. So many avoided incidents as well. There's been several times when cars decided to crash right in front of me. It's definitely been an eventful 24. So 15 minutes left, crossing the line there. Ooh, a little deep into turn 1. First gear. Everybody in the infield would be awake now. Probably have the most eyes on the race right at the finish. catching that red GT40 again, so you lose quite a lot of time in the pits. Not quite a lap, but it's close. Just lift the throttle a bit. I'm now not even running flat throttle around the straightaway. I can keep the speed pretty good, 180 with about 3/4 throttle. I think flat out just uses so much fuel. Come up to 15 gallons left in the tank. Just over 13 minutes left. Trying to use the engine revs, I guess. Slow the car down there. I want to use more of the brake pedal, actually. Oh, pulled out 14, 15. Oh, I think second place is pitting. Thankfully. So with 12 minutes to go, second place has to pit. Come around. If I can have... It's gone over 30 seconds now. I think it might make sense to jump in the pits just so I don't have to worry about the speed. 40 seconds. Should be enough time to do a quick fuel stop. Try not to run wide here. Should be just enough time. Yeah, coming over 51, 52 seconds. So I think we should pit just so we don't have to worry about it. It would be so close. I'm sure in the comments people will have calculated it out and say, oh, you could easily made it, or no, it's good that you pitted. But in the moment, I feel like the best thing to do here is pit, not take tires, just change or just add a little bit of fuel, and then get back out on the circuit to wrap things up. So coming out of turn 4, we'll dip down into the pit lane at a minute and a half now. So second place really is one of the only cars, if the only car, on the same lap as me. But we'll just add something like 10 gallons, just enough to get to the end. So come down second gear, first gear, coming to the pits. See my crew waiting with tires. We won't need those, don't worry. So we'll just fill it up with 10 gallons. No change on the tires. Wait for the crew to fuel and everything. It's so slow. But I should have enough of a gap here. There we go, up to 20 gallons. 18 seconds stop, not bad at all. Just wait for the car to restart, wave us out, get it in first gear, and away we go. So we should still come out with a good lead and no more concerns for fuel, thankfully. Just trying not to speed on the way out. Oh, and I can see Bianchi's 365 in the pit lane as well, so I believe that's the car in third place. Pitting with just 10 minutes to go. But we'll come out of the pit lane here. Resume the race right at the end. Alright, got good tires, got enough fuel now. I don't need to drive slow, but I'm also not going to push super hard. Got about a minute lead on second place. Down to first gear through the International Horseshoe. Feels good to be able to use the rev range again. I think I could have made it. We'll see what I come out to the finish line with here, but just want to concentrate on keeping the car going. We can do all the thinking afterwards. Just no silly mistakes. There's only something like 4 or 5 laps left now. Just completing lap 223 here, so doing more laps than you would do in the Daytona 500, even in this shortened race. But flat out on the banking now. Should be able to pull out even further, I would guess, from second. I didn't change tires, but I don't think it needed to. It's just going to be a few laps longer than a normal stint. So flying through turns 3 and 4, we'll come to the line. Just about 8 minutes left in the race. Break it down, slow down a lot faster this time than the past few laps, but it's honestly a little more what I'm used to. So getting through the corner, we're gonna slide, touch the grass a little bit. The late slide there. Just about keeping it on the pavement though. Get a little throttle into it, slide around the horseshoe there. So pulled it up to about a minute now. Down to first gear. Just try to get back on the throttle, car wagging away from me. Down to first to get it onto the oval. So 7 minutes now. So 3 or 4 more laps. Put about 6 gallons into the car, so I mean, at least driving flat out here, I'm burning a lot more fuel, but I shouldn't have to worry. Come to the line. You would start seeing the officials lining up there. The crowd gathering towards the start-finish line. Down to first gear. Everybody wants a view of the car winning the race. I have to think, with it being an American car, an American driver, everybody would be pretty excited. Still work to do. Under 6 minutes. Got a few more GT cars to deal with. Ease it on through the kink there. No need to push too hard. Car gonna slide a bit. Get it onto the straightaway, past the loud Ferrari for I think the last time. Just keep it nice and low, give it good space to the cars. I think most of the time in real life the prototypes would pass on the high side, but even in some video I saw of this race, they would pass on both sides depending. Well, we're coming up here on the sunbeam. The Ferrari in front's gonna dip out as well, so just give them both a little bit of space. Don't need the sunbeam doing anything crazy here with just a few laps left. Just skirt by the Ferrari. All right, come to the line, 4.5 minutes, so think about 3 more laps. Watching my mirrors for the Ferrari braking. Oh, right to the edge of the circuit. Wanted to keep my speed up as much as I could midway through the corner there. All right, down to first gear for the International Horseshoe. So down to 12 gallons. That should be more than enough. Lock it up just a little bit there. Make sure the car gets slowed down enough. Down to first gear, come around onto the oval. Sunbeam there behind me actually caught up quite a bit. But luckily, just far enough ahead to avoid anything happening again there. Alright, so down the back straightaway, getting the slipstream of this Ferrari here. Coming to turn 3 on the low side, just give it a little bit of a lift, let the car ease into the banking there. Sun flashing in my eyes there a little bit. Come to the line, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Down to third gear, down to second. Just taking it extra cautiously now. Still gonna run a bit wide, it's so tricky. I think we're actually catching my teammate car. Could make for an interesting photo opportunity. Third gear, just dip it on through the kink. Make sure I don't run wide. Down to first gear. Yeah, and that is the other Holman Moody GT40 Mark II. So sister car to my own. And I think the only other Mark II still in the race. All 3 of the Shelby Americans falling out there pretty early on, or through the night. Come past the 12 car. Just 1 minute left, but we're gonna cross the line. I think have to do one more lap around. In real life, you could slow down maybe, but it might just be easiest to keep going. Got 8 gallons of fuel, plenty to get to the end. But it would have been so tight if I had stayed out. Come down to first gear, into the first corner. Up to second gear, just walk myself through the gears in the corners here. Come to the horseshoe, down to first. Pulling up nicely on my teammate now. So obviously multiple laps down, but be side by side maybe for the finish, which would be quite cool. Up to the kink here. Just take it nice and easy, no need to be heroic this time by. Seconds pulling in slightly, but not by much. And maybe the team having told the number 4 here to slow down so we can get a nice photo opportunity was very common in these days. It's all about that publicity. We'll come onto the oval then, behind the number 4. Should be able to ride home now. Just working up the gears, nice and gentle. Want to make sure all your movements are so precise, all the mechanical aspects of the car just at the end of their lifespan. So we come to turn 3, the fuel light turning on, but it's not going to be an issue. It's the number 4 slowing down a bit, come around the inside of him. There we are, side by side, we'll come to the line. And we've done it. Gonna win the 24 hours of Daytona, checkered flag. Winning for Ford. It wasn't their factory team with Shelby, but I'm sure the executives at Ford would be happy nonetheless. I'm upset that the other Ford GTs weren't in the race. I think that was my real competition, honestly. Once the 3 factory Fords with Shelby American, Ken Miles' team with Lloyd Ruby, Dan Gurney and Bruce McLaren, Chris Amon, once those 3 cars fell out, it was really just against the Ferraris. Made it interesting through the night, swapping positions back and forth there, but coming home the winner, I think we were just naturally quicker than the Ferraris and just had to overcome a few of my silly mistakes. And Ginther had that accident in the nighttime too, so did not come easily. But winning at Daytona was very satisfying, even in its state here with the 8-hour race. It's quite a lot of work to put something like this together. It's my first real foray into doing an endurance race with GTR2, so happy it turned out the way it did, even if it wasn't all of the battling that I thought it would have. It still is quite exciting, and GTR2 proves it can do a great job at simulating something like this. So here it is, the final results, and up top, Richie Ginther, Richie Axelson for Holman and Moody, winning in the Ford GT for the prototype class overall, ahead of 2 Ferrari 365s, Pedro Rodriguez and Mario Andretti in second. They're in that red number 21 for the North American racing team NART, and ahead of their teammates, or compatriots, I guess, with the yellow 365, Lucien Bianchi and Jean Perles. And so overall, really exciting, I think, prototype category. It's too bad, like I said, that the other GT40 MK2s didn't stay in, but at least I was able to take home that crown. Then if we look down, actually, in 4th position in a Ford GT40 for the S3 class, Peter Revson, Mastin Gregory coming away with the win there. So GT40 is winning the top 2 classes. Ford has to be very happy about that, considering there were Ferraris in both classes. Further down, winning for the GT category in the Chevy Corvette, George Cornelius, Dick Boo with Cannon Auto. For some reason, I kept calling that car my teammate, which makes no sense. I don't know why I thought they were a Holman and Moody car, but racing for Cannon Auto, coming away with the win. And then in the 1.6 category, the Sunbeam Alpine with Donna Mae Mims and Janet Guthrie Racing, getting the win there, which is great for them, even though I had some run-ins with that car overall. So the full results are there. Overall, about 19 cars finishing. We actually had some really late retirements in the race with Dick Thompson in the GT40, as well as, I believe, Jackie Ickx and Elda in the Ferrari 250 LM. But overall, quite an interesting race with about 16 out of the original 41 cars finishing. Not that far off from how it actually would have been back in the day. So I hope everybody enjoyed this. It was a lot of work to put together, but I learned a lot in the process, and I'm excited to do more of these in the future. So let me know what you thought, and until next time, thanks for watching.